Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's okay? Yeah. Dear delegates, I'm just checking the sound. Is the sound okay? Yeah, good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, delegates. Good morning, members of the General Assembly, my fellow council members. It's time to start our session of this FIDE General Assembly here in Chennai, Tamil Nadu State, India, and I would like to start with thanking once again our hosts, the All Indian Chess Federation and the government of Tamil Nadu. I just have been informed that we have quorum to start our meeting. At least 128 people already registered, but maybe the number went up already. The minimum for quorum is 98, so we are eligible to start the General Assembly meeting. And unless there are any objections, we will do it immediately. And let's applause to all of us for working hard during the Congress and coming here today to this meeting room. And I would like to say that I'm really grateful to each of you. Yes. Welcome, Bashar. I'm really grateful to each of you for the contributions you made to our activities throughout this period. We worked hard all together, and each one of us, including at this Congress, and I do believe that we made a success story despite the difficulties created by both COVID pandemic and current geopolitical crisis. And I don't want to take much time at this point, since I will have my report, the President's report, a bit later today. But let me stress that whatever your priorities are, whatever the position is on various matters, we are one family. We are united by our love to chess. We are united by our intentions, good intentions to provide the best possible conditions for the chess development all around the world. And since my friend Sanjay came here, I would like to thank once again All Indian Chess Federation and our host for your enormous efforts to organize both the Chess Olympiad here in Chennai and the Congress meetings. So on that, I would like to give floor for just a couple of words to Sanjay to welcome you here.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure that you have come to India. I welcome you with open arms and a big heart. Most welcome. It's an honor to host you, and I believe that you are happy here. Once again, I'd like to say we are here to help you out in anything. And if you need anything from us, India is there to welcome you with open arms. Hope you're having a great time here. If anything is missing, we are here to contact. Once again, a warm welcome to everybody. India is here for you. Thanks for the show. And everybody, you complete the whole show. Without you, your attendance, I don't think this show would be possible. Once again, welcome. Namaste.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thanks a lot. Bashar, do you want to say a couple of words?
Check. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Dear delegates, I'd like just to thank you to be all there for this Congress, very important Congress in that period. Of course, we will be able to exchange a bit later, but I would like to thank the board for those 4 years serving FIDE in its best interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bashar. And now I'd like to ask you to stand for FIDE anthem. Thank you. Dear friends, besides lots of moments of joy in our lives, in our chess life, we also have sad moments. During this period of time, we lost many chess friends, great chess players, arbiters, fellow leaders of national chess federations, many people who served chess for many years. And I would like to take this moment and propose to take this moment to look at the faces of our friends, to remember them forever, and to continue serving chess in spite of the fact we lost so many lives. So please start the video on the screen. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you. Let's continue. Let me give the floor to the chairman of the Electoral and Constitutional Commission, Roberto Rivella, to inform you about the procedures of today's General Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everybody. It's the very first time we will have the possibility to apply new electoral rules. This implied a lot of work by the Constitutional Commission and the Electoral Commission before the beginning of today's General Assembly. Luckily, as a Constitutional Commission, we had to deliver some advisory opinions about some federations that experienced some problems. Luckily, no federations was suspended. We had to test the new institute of FIDE reverse delegate, and I think it had some good results. So especially for 3 federations, it's a pleasure to welcome today the president of Côte d'Ivoire, Pakistan, and South Africa, that at the end were recognized as the legitimate president of their federations. We still have a FIDE reverse delegate from Morocco, Mr. Bashar Kouatli, but I do hope in the next month also for this federation it will be possible to find a solution. As Constitutional Commission, we delivered many reports, but you read them, and the last 2 are annexes as this General Assembly agenda. As Electoral Commission, as you know, we had for the first time to evaluate the validity of the candidacies. We did it. Then we had to approve 3 different lists, 2 provisional, a final list of voters. We did it. And also about this, you can find our reports as annexes in the agenda. So I don't spend other words about that. I have to mention that in addition to this, we received some complaints by some candidates and some requests. We took some decisions. We, for discretionary reasons, we preferred to not publish the decisions. It was to complainants and defendants to decide if they wanted or not make public these decisions. But I have to thank all candidates for their cooperation with us. And all of them accepted our authority as Electoral Commission and worked together with us for a fair and transparent election. I have to add that even in the last moment as Electoral Commission, we had a lot of work. We worked till yesterday night to prepare ballot paper, to prepare the new voting room that will be here. But I will explain all of that when we'll start the second part of the General Assembly about election. Just give me the possibility to thank all members of the Constitutional and Electoral Commission, Ian Wilkinson, Marwan Tabti, François Stridom, Lakhdar Mazuz, for their work. It was a labor of love of chess for all of us, despite also some serious problems, personal problems of some of us, especially for me. And what I think is really the possibility to apply new electoral rule is an important step forward in the direction of a more transparent, more fair, and more efficient election. Exactly for the same reason, we as Electoral Commission, we propose 2 very small changes to the agenda. The very first one, the election of scrutineers. It makes more sense to do this not now, but at the beginning of electoral proceedings. This way, it will be all more, I could say, rational to put together all electoral moments. The second one, we would like to invite participants in the General Assembly to reduce at no more of 15 minutes the discussion after the presentation of the reports of the Treasurer or Verification Commission, because this way we will be able to start as soon as possible electoral procedure. I don't spend other words, I will do step by step explaining you all other moments of the electoral procedures. Very last thing, roll call. This year, the roll call was done at the same moment of the registration of the identification of the participants. We already have more than 150 participants registered.
155.
Perfect. So we will not need to have a roll call if not requested in accordance with electoral rules. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, dear Roberto. Yet we have 155 registered delegates according to the roll call that was done at the registration desk. Hopefully about 30 more people will be coming during the next few minutes to complete the composition of the electoral body. And everyone will have his chance to vote for the best candidates for all positions we have today. So with this, if there are no further questions regarding the procedures and general order, any questions from the floor? No? No, I think no question from the floor. I think with that we can move to the report of FIDE President that I will be happy to present to you immediately. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. It was my honor and privilege to serve FIDE during this period of time. The last General Assembly we had in the online format last year, and today I will report you on the activities that we were carrying on since that time. First of all, and I will start with top-level events, and the reason for that is not that top-level events is the most important thing in FIDE life, but because it has a special significance for the whole development of chess around the world. Our top events provide us with an opportunity to raise funds, to carry on marketing activities that in turn allow us to invest those funds into the development of chess all around the world. And since the World Championship match in Dubai that ended in December last year, our top events included World Rapid and Blitz Championship in Poland, Warsaw, and we are thankful to our friends in Poland, in particular Vice President Lukasz Terli, for the opportunity to hold this tournament in Warsaw on very short notice, just a few days since the decision has been made, and that was a success story, an exciting tournament. And since that, starting from March this year in particular, all our efforts have been directed to organizing the FIDE Chess Olympiad. We had to take it out from Moscow and Khanty-Mansiysk from Russia, and I would like to thank once again our Indian friends, All Indian Chess Federation, the government of Tamil Nadu and government of India for their offer and enormous efforts after that to host this huge event. Thanks a lot once again. And I hope that you all feel joy and you feel that it is a success story, despite, of course, all kinds of small details and difficulties that we experienced due to this short period of time of preparation. I think together we did our best to organize this Chess Olympiad after 4 years of not having a proper Chess Olympiad in FIDE. Yes, we did 2 online Olympiads during this period of time, and that was a nice thing to do. We showed that we can do online activities despite the pandemic, despite all the difficulties. But of course, the real Chess Olympiad is something completely different. It's a long-standing tradition that we have in FIDE. It's both competition for the highest places, and there's a lot of fight right now at the playing venue for the top positions. But of course, it's also a festival of chess, where everyone is doing its best to get experience, to play against players from other countries, the same level or much higher level, to learn, to understand what chess is about. And I'm happy that we were able to bring here to Chennai the record high number of countries and teams. 186 countries in open competition and 160 countries in women competition. This was due to the fact that we were able during this period of time to succeed in fundraising for that, including in the period just before the Olympiad. During the last 3 months, we're able to raise more than $1 million that we invested in this Chess Olympiad by providing travel subsidies to, well, almost all countries, not all, but to most countries who came to Chennai. And that is the reason why we have the success story. So once again, it was a joint effort, and we made sure that despite all the difficulties, despite geopolitical turbulences, chess is going on, and our partners are on board with us to continue the development of chess. We started also preparing for the next World Championship cycle. Well, not just preparing, we hold a great candidates tournament in Madrid, and I would like to thank the Spanish Chess Federation and in particular Javier Ochoa and our partners, of course, chess.com, Scheinberg family, for organizing this event. It's almost the end of this World Championship cycle, but our efforts right now are already towards the preparation of the next World Championship cycles, both open and women. And we have been planned already for Grand Prix stages for women in Germany, Poland, Kazakhstan, and India. It is basically set, and we are happy that these great events will continue. We have also reached the agreement with the organizers of Grand Swiss, Isle of Man. We'll have this competition again, both open section and women's section. So our World Championship cycles are being built already for the future. So we are working non-stop, whatever happens, with the support of many of you. So this is about top-level competitions. Also, we restarted competitions of junior, senior level, amateur level, and those events are running all across the world. Some events we had already, some are being planned for the second half of this year, and we will work together to make those events as successful as possible. The next activity I would like to report you about is our efforts to train and to help in raising the new generation of chess professionals, arbiters, organizers, chess coaches, school instructors, people who work for chess as professional people who do this professional chess career. And I'm happy that we were able to combine the modern technologies, online technologies that provide us with opportunities to train more people, with already coming back to real physical activities, seminars on the sites of various events around the world. I think we have all chances to do more and more of those activities with better methodologies, with more and more high-level lecturers, coaches who help people in various countries to organize these activities and to get more people into chess, both men and women. This part of our chess life is critically important for us. We invest a lot of funds and effort and time into those activities, and I would like to thank all our commissions for the work they're doing, both commission chairman, secretaries, and councillors, members who are involved in those activities. And I believe that's an important contribution to our chess life. We had a special focus on women chess, and this year is the year of women in chess. We had all kinds of activities here on the site of the Congress and Chess Olympiad, and you were able to see that. We had our awards to the best women in chess, and I believe we should continue this focus for the years to come, since the gap is still quite significant. Besides that, I do believe that while discussing the professional chess competitions and those people who work for chess, FIDE is gaining more and more and a bigger momentum in a second mission that we have, a social mission of chess. This mission is important, since chess is not just a game. It's not just about playing chess. While, of course, we love playing chess, we love watching grandmasters, masters, amateurs playing chess, but it is about how chess contribute to make societies better. This is what we started doing more and more during this period of time. Activities were increasing during the last 7 months. And I would like to propose just to watch a very short video about these activities that we were carrying on during the last few months on different pillars of the development of chess as a tool to contribute to better lives of people and societies. Please. Can you put the video on the screen? Thank you. To summarize, we have been trying to target all groups of people, from kids to seniors, from people for various disabilities, but great abilities also. Kids with autistic spectrum disorder, refugees, people who live in slums, many different groups of people, to make chess available to them, accessible to them, all around the world. We started with pilot projects, of course, but I would like to invite all of you to join these projects that FIDE provides, proposes, and offers to everyone. And I'm sure whoever will be elected today will take on board these projects and expand those activities in the future. So I'd like to thank everyone who contributed to that already, and who would like to do it in the future as well. So this is my short report about what we did during just 7 months' time. I don't need to report on the all 4-year activities since we had our online general assemblies, but I'm open to questions from the floor from any of you. We have time for that. So thank you. Please, the floor is open. Please. Please present yourself and ask questions.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Susan Namangale from Malawi. I am the president from Malawi and the newly elected Zone 4.5 president.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Mr. President and all council members, my fellow delegates, receive greetings from the warm heart of Africa, Malawi. I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for designating this year as the year of the woman in chess. We all have seen the great strides that have been achieved as a result of that initiative. And I would like to thank all the delegates that have supported you in that initiative. Through that initiative, we have seen, even in this Olympiad, that the number of women teams has actually increased, and that is a result of that initiative. Going forward, Mr. President, I would like to know what are the future plans? What are the plans going forward to make sure that this initiative is sustained? Women and girls out there have the potential, but they need a push from all delegates. I would like to take advantage of this Congress to lobby for support for women activities throughout our federations. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Susan, for your remarks and this very important question. As I have mentioned already, women chess has been our priority for some time already, and I do believe it should remain a priority for many years going ahead. There are a few things that I believe should be in this roadmap in our plans. Well, first of all, it should be a long-term plan, not just doing things ad hoc and doing this just on an annual basis. We should have a clear vision what we do this year, next year, in 2 years, in 3 years, and we should have clear KPIs for that, and allocation of resources required to move women chess forward. So the first and the basis for that is universal, bringing chess to more schools, to engage more and more girls, in particular in this regard, in learning and playing chess, to create the foundation for the future development of chess for new generation of talented girls. Out of this base, we can find and we will find many great talents, young girls who should be taken to chess schools, academies, and we will have to provide instructors, coaches to these girls to improve their abilities to raise these talents all around the world. On a national basis, zonal, continental basis, regional basis, everyone should be involved into these activities. And of course, our FIDE Chessable Academy will be instrumental in providing coaching for new ladies, for young girls. Also, it is important not to lose them at that stage, and we need to create motivation for young girls to continue chess careers. That is why it is important to have both funding at the level of universities to provide stipends to young girls who would like to continue playing chess, and to make sure that the considered prizes in women competitions are going up. And we started doing that already. Prizes are going up. We also provide special prizes for women in open competitions when we support those competitions around the world. And also it is very, besides motivation for playing chess, we should also make sure that young girls, ladies, see other career opportunities, that they can become trainers, coaches, that they can become arbiters, that they can become organizers, successful ones, and officials in their federations and at the FIDE level. And we have more and more ladies, both in the FIDE Council, at the continental, zonal level, as yourself in the commissions. And I think by doing that, we show that women have great potential to continue playing and working for chess. So those are elements of this plan, not all elements, not everything, but also I would like to mention that we found that many companies, many partners would like to focus on supporting women chess. And when we are talking to sponsors, to partners, to people who would like to invest into chess, we find that it is attractive to them, and it is good. It is good that since we can devote more resources to the development of women chess. Thank you. Any other? Please, on that side. We have 2 hands, 3 hands even, yes.
Monsieur le Président,
Any of you? Please.
je suis Abdelmoula Lensewi du Maroc. Je ne suis pas là en tant que délégué, mais en tant que chef de la délégation, de la délégation marocaine.
So I just need help with translation. Okay. Just a second. I forgot to take my equipment. Or maybe somebody nearby can help for a moment. Please.
C'est bon? C'est bon?
Yes.
Yes. Monsieur le Président, j'ai 2 choses à dire. La première est très positive. Vous avez peut-être oublié les Jeux africains qui se sont déroulés au Maroc, à Casablanca et à Rabat en 2019. Grâce à votre intervention et en coordination avec le ministre marocain de la Jeunesse et des Sports et d'autres potentialités, vous avez réussi à réintégrer le jeu des échecs à ces Jeux qui ne sont pas eu lieu pendant des années. Donc, on vous remercie au nom de l'Afrique. Ça, d'une part. D'autre part, il a la traduction.
Sorry, since I cannot see who is speaking, it's difficult for me to. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm Benjamin from Seychelles. He said in French he's not the delegate. Why is he allowed to speak? Il a dit en français, il n'est pas le délégué. Pourquoi est-ce qu'il parle? On est tous les délégués là. All delegates.
Okay. Sorry. Well, I think yes, the floor is for delegates. Unfortunately, maybe you can ask your question in the break when we will finish our official procedures. Sorry about that. Please. Thank you for the question. Well, first of all, besides top-level events, last year we started a new initiative to support open tournaments in various parts of the world, at all continents, including in Africa. We supported a few tournaments, and actually not only open, we started to support some round-robin tournaments as well. And why it is important for raising young generation? I think you understand that. When kids reach a certain level, or young players reach a certain level, they should have an opportunity to play in the tournament, compete for norms, and to get titles, to improve ratings. And in some parts of the world, there are no opportunities like that, or there were no opportunities like that. So by supporting those tournaments and also initiating new tournaments, we provide a chance to young players to succeed in their chess careers. But of course, we start not with the tournaments. We are happy that we're able to join our efforts with Chessable, a part of Play Magnus group, and start training the new generation of young players. We asked all federations to submit candidates, one per country, for this Chessable Academy. We had many online sessions with some of the best coaches, but also physical sessions in presence, including on the sites of World Championship match in Dubai. And also we are partnering Chess Kids, part of chess.com group, for training kids, for providing them opportunities to play both online and to come to various competitions. Those were the first steps. Also, we continued training new coaches, and I would like to thank our TRG Commission, Trainers Commission, for the efforts, including supporting new chess academies around the world. Just yesterday I reported that we will have, I think, 3 new chess academies accredited by FIDE in various countries. I believe it is also an important element of this work, of this process. And of course, we are ready to provide additional support to all national federations to carry on those activities, and also to feed the zones that could combine the efforts of individual countries and run chess camps for young kids, for the new generation of players, so that to use resources more efficiently to achieve these goals. Thank you.
Mr. President, my name is Tarya Matar from United Arab Emirates. I am the president of the Chess Association. I have a simple question. If you are re-elected, what you are going to do, which you did not do in the last 4 years for the chess community?
Well, if you allow, I will answer this question in my electoral speech rather than within the report, since it's about the future if I'm re-elected. Today I report on what I did before, but I will happy to answer this question in my next speech. Thank you, with due respect. Any more questions? Yes, please, this side.
It's me again, Benjamin Wow. I'm the delegate and president. I just want to share a little comment in congratulating FIDE office and all the executive boards and the assembly for all the wonderful work you've done the past years. Especially during the global change, but with online chess, we were able to all work together one way or another. And I just want to call upon the assembly to let's celebrate one another that we are here alive today and that we've done our best to promote chess throughout the world. So give a big hand of applause to all of us and especially the president and his team for all the wonderful work you've done for promoting chess. So if it's okay, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So, any more comments or questions? Or we can go forward to a very important part, the treasurer's report. Since I didn't report you on any financial subjects, I left it to our treasurer, Ruchen, and I think it's a big part of our chess life. Can we go to that? Thank you. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Mr. President, dear council members, dear delegates, dear chess friends, good morning. I'm very happy to see all of you again here in Olympiad. Thank you for the Indian organizers for hosting the incredible event during this very short time. So now let me present you the treasurer's report. Let's start with the financial statement for the 2021 financial year. You all received the 2021 financial statement and the opinions of our auditor, Ernst & Young. So today, I will only highlight the most important point. First and foremost, the good news is it has been a great year. 2.1 million euros net income. It is the highest ever profit in FIDE history. The world's highest ever are applicable to pretty much any financial metric. Revenue, income from events, total net income, you can name it. As you remember, General Assembly 2021 took place at a time when pandemic was on its highlight. So we adopted the budget assuming the pandemic will last through 2021, and we wouldn't be able to organize most major events. Fortunately, reality was better than expected. We organized all major events: World Championship match, Candidate, World Cup, Grand Swiss, Women's World Team, and the last stage of Women's Grand Prix, and the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Providing a safe environment for players, arbiters, organizers, commentators, volunteers, and everyone else involved in our tournament was a huge challenge. This may be hard to appreciate from outside, but I know firsthand how much work was required to develop and enforce health protocol and convince health authority to various countries to allow us to stage the tournament. I'm very proud of my colleagues who did this work superbly. 2.1 million euros earned in 2021 boost our reserve fund to 3.2 million euros. At the end of 2021, our total cash balance were 5.7 million euros. Before this term, our cash balance was about 1 million, 2 million euros. So during this term, we were able to raise it to between 5 to 6 million euros, and the highest reached 9 million euros. And now, since it is the end of this 4 years term, so let me provide a brief overview of these 4 years. As you all remember, when I took over Treasurer's responsibility, FIDE finances function was in a dire state. We had no bank account. Then we quickly acted. Within a couple of months, we were able to open bank accounts at first Thai banks in EU, Russia. A bit later, we managed to open a bank account in Switzerland. Then we reviewed the financial reports of our prior international sports federations to ensure best practices. We worked closely with the Council and the Verification Commission to develop reporting standards to ensure all financial matters of interest of FIDE stakeholders. Start in 2019, development funds allocated are detailed in our audit financial statement to ensure fair treatment of member federations. Before that, people were thinking there is no transparency, so now you can find all the data on our website. Finally, we significantly upgraded the control and the oversight functions. As you know, prior to 2018, our audit, Ernst & Young, was doing a basic audit review rather than full-scale audit. Within a couple of weeks after the 2018 elections, we signed a contract with E&Y for full audit that includes the review of our internal control system. This type of audit requires much more auditing work and as much as significantly more costly. But we firmly believe that level of assurance that such audit is provided to our stakeholders is definitely worth the money. After solving this immediate problem, we had to institutionalize FIDE finances. Soon, I realized that the main legal documents regarding FIDE finances, that charter and financial regulation, has errors, contradictions, and omit many critical questions. We created a task force group that were in charge of revision, or to be more precise, completely rewriting of this document. Very importantly, this document provided a significant power to Verification Commission, which is a very important control body in addition to external audit. Effectively, the Verification Commission has now become a full-scale oversight body with pretty much the same power as an audit committee has in board of director of corporation, and can do their work in line with the best practices. Of course, not everything went smoothly over these 4 years. Take the pandemic, for example. In March 2020, it became clear to us that we are losing most of the fee income and income from the event budgeted for the year, about 3 million euros between these two sections. I remember very well how I felt during that days. I was looking at the numbers again and again, try to find the solution. Starting from the April, we were implementing costing reduction measures. Administrative costs were decreased to bare minimum, include payroll cuts, travel cancellation, and reduction of other administrative expenses. We had to cut the budget almost by 50%. That's a lot, even by crisis standards. But the good thing, we survived, and we survived well. We were in a very small group of the international sport federations that have managed to survive the crisis on their own without applying for emergency laws, grants, or other form of support from the International Olympic Committee or public funds. And we must be proud of this achievement. And not only we confidently survived in 2021, but we have done a great preparation work, which resulted in the remarkable performance in 2021. To summarize, as I'm reflecting on these 4 years, from an organization that lived mostly on money collected from the national federations, FIDE went a long way to do what it should be doing, namely developing chess all over the world. Development Fund has always been our main priority. Over the 4 years term, FIDE spent 6 million euros on Development Fund grants, which is several times more than FIDE received from the national federations in fees. And this 6 million does not include almost 2 million euros that we provided to developing federations to help finance their tickets cost to come here. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, my fellow council members. Thank you, Chairman Manzouz, and all other verification commission members. Thank you, all the delegates.
Thanks a lot, Chen, Mr. Treasurer. Please, questions from the floor. Sorry. Should we still first hear the verification? No, I think we can ask questions immediately, right?
So,
okay, questions, please. Any questions? I think there are no questions. So thank you. Thanks a lot for your report. Now we turn to verification commission report. I would like to thank members of the verification commission for the deep analysis of FIDE finances and in collaboration with the FIDE financial team, treasurer, financial director. I think during the commission meetings you were able to explore all subjects related to FIDE finances, and it's time to report to the General Assembly your conclusions. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. And I just would like to outline some of our findings before going into some details with Alan, if you want. First of all, I'd like to say that with the financial management of FIDE, we had cooperated very, very well. And also with the external auditor. In fact, for the first time, we could have a meeting with the external auditor before he made or he started his work doing the auditing. Just some few things. Our staff level in FIDE now is 37. You remember each time the verification commission, when it did its report, each time we made recommendations. This time we are doing the same. Also, I'd like to confirm that the financial situation of FIDE has been improved in spite of the COVID, and the revenue in 21 has been soaring. Yeah, these are the main things we wanted to say. And I'd like now to introduce Alan, who is a specialist in auditing. We're happy to have him in FIDE.
Thank you, Chairman Mazouz. My name is Alan Priest. I am the Secretary of the Verification Commission. Not to repeat, certainly not to read the report that was given to you as Annex 2.2 of the agenda, and we also went over the report extensively in the Verification Commission meeting the other day. I would like to highlight a couple of areas. As Chairman Mazouz mentioned and as Treasurer Chen mentioned, the new charter gives the Verification Commission many more powers to engage and question what is being done in FIDE. One of the critical factors of that is to allow us to meet with the auditor. So, as Mr. Mazouz mentioned, our meeting with the auditor before they conduct their audit allows us as an independent body to ask them to examine certain areas that we may have concerns about. I would also like, as Mr. Mazouz has done, to thank the FIDE financial management team, Treasurer Chen, Financial Advisor Volshin, and everyone in the office. When we asked for information, we got it. And I think that's a very important change for FIDE. As Chairman Mazouz mentioned, we do have several recommendations. If you would like to go to page 4 of my report, please, of our report. Last year we had several recommendations. As we noted in our report, many of those were accomplished, were adopted by the FIDE management team, things that we thought would improve the financial reporting of the organization. One of the several still presented challenges. One of the problems has been getting Ernst & Young to finish in a timely manner. And we were, once again this year, there was a bit of a struggle, even though in our meeting with them at the beginning of the audit, we stressed we must get these on time. We received their final audit report only a couple of days before our annex was due to be submitted to the FIDE office. We did have some preliminary information that we were able to work from, and fortunately the final report was not different from the preliminary information. On our prior year recommendations, that was item number 3. Item number 4 is we had talked about looking at a change of auditor because of Ernst & Young's slowness in getting things finalized. The FIDE finance team did solicit proposals from other firms, but it was quite a challenge, particularly in the middle of COVID, to find a firm that was interested. So we remained with Ernst. One thing I would like to point out, last year we recommended that FIDE develop a nepotism policy to prevent family members from supervising one another and to establish parameters as how relatives might be hired onto the staff of FIDE. I'm pleased to report that that was adopted last year. So let's move down to page 6. These are the current recommendations for this year. It is very important, a complete set of financial statements needs a cash flow statement. So we are recommending that the cash flow statement continue to be prepared. It has been prepared for the last couple of years. The direct method, and I'm an accountant by training, as Lokhdar mentioned. So I know this gets into accounting jargon, but we think it is important for them to use the direct method of cash flow. Number 2, the FIDE charter states the business language of FIDE is English. Last year we had some problems because there were a number of contracts that did not have English translations on file in the FIDE office, and that delayed the audit. That largely has been resolved. However, we did find, as we were looking at expense reports, and yes, we do look at expense reports of FIDE officials as part of our work, we noticed that travel documents that had been booked in Russia were in Russian, and none of us on the commission read Russian. That became a bit of a problem for us, so we had to get some of those documents translated. It would be much better for those to already have the notation in English in the files. Our third recommendation, there has been an issue in Switzerland. They changed their law back in 2018 to require an organization like FIDE to file the value-added tax return. The good news is that when we finally file that, we should receive a refund of taxes. It has been slowed down a bit due to COVID, but that process is underway. I believe FIDE has engaged Ernst & Young to complete those returns. Our recommendation 4, we again mentioned that we are getting information too late. And next year, we need to, in meeting with the auditors, we need to emphasize once again that we get this information earlier. There is no reason why we should be getting reports in July at all. We were promised they would be in May by the auditors, and it showed up the first week of July. One thing that we did find this year, a bit of a surprise when we looked at the financial statements, is there were bonus payments to certain members of the FIDE team. Now, those bonuses are provided for in their employment contracts. We recommend that the bonus policy should be publicly available in the interest of transparency, and that the bonuses be provided for in the FIDE budget. We think those are both important steps so that member federations will know what the policies are and what amounts are expected to be spent in that way. One of our major issues is Recommendation 7. Recommendation 7, the current accounting system is a custom spreadsheet-based program that has been in use by FIDE for a number of years. The problem is, and the auditor recommended in their management letter that this was a problem, is that the spreadsheets do not provide an audit trail of transactions. If a staff member changes a transaction for whatever reason, and there are legitimate reasons to change transactions, to correct an error, for example, there is no record of who changed it, when, and how they changed it. That is an internal control problem. So we are recommending, as we recommended 2 years ago, that it is time to replace the current custom Greek accounting program based in Excel spreadsheets with a standard program available in the marketplace. Examples of these are Oracle NetSuite, QuickBooks, Sage Intacct, and these are programs that are available in many, many countries. They are also programs that are online and in the cloud. Those programs will, whichever program is selected, those programs all have access controls built into them. They also have audit trails built into them. So when things are changed, we know how they were changed. This is very important to get done. Our recommendation is that the process be begun now with the goal of having the new system in place and running as of the new fiscal year in January 1st of 2023. Of all of our recommendations, this is the most important one for the ability of FIDE to properly manage its finances. Recommendation 8, the last one. FIDE's money really goes on a 2-year cycle. While last year had a very positive financial result, we needed for it to be, because this year, this event takes many resources to make happen. The travel subsidy program, for example, costs 1.8 million euros to get all of us here. So we propose that, so what it means is FIDE must generate extra income in the off year to have the money available to make these sorts of events happen. So therefore, we think it would be better for FIDE to have a rolling 2-year budget that would fit the operating cycle of the organization much better than the current system of single-year budgets. Certainly, the second year would be less formal. It would be more subject to change than the current year. After all, a budget is really a guideline. But to plan that so that we know, first of all, we're going to have adequate funds to do that second year when it's going to draw down our reserve fund most likely, and so that we know that those funds are required and we don't spend them elsewhere. So those are our recommendations. Again, I would like to thank the FIDE finance team for all of their help and all of their work. If you look through the rest of our annex, you will find we have also provided you with just some summary information about the finances with some neat little graphs of things that may be a little easier for you to read than those if you're not that familiar with audited financial statements. And I believe that's all. So thank you so much for the opportunity to serve you in this role. It really is a pleasure. The Verification Commission work has gotten a lot more involved over the last 4 years. We spend a lot more time, but I think it's very important for you that we know what's going on in the finances. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yes, thanks a lot, Alan. Thank you, Mr. Mazos. Thank you, Mr. Priest, once again. Please, questions from the floor. Yes, first row. Alan Herbert, yes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. Alan Herbert from Barbados Chess Federation. I would just like to support what the Secretary of the Verification Commission would have pointed out as maybe the most key recommendation. FIDE has evolved, and I am expecting that we will continue to evolve to be a more and more complex global organization. And it's way overdue. We have to replace that system. And we are fortunate today, thanks to the pandemic, etc., that there are many capable cloud-based world-class systems that will not cost an arm and a leg, that can do the job. And so I just want to stand in support that this is not a we should do. I think this is a must do. And I want to congratulate the Verification Commission and the Treasurer for the outstanding work they have done under difficult circumstances. I know what it is working together.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Herbert, and I agree with you. Thank you.
The change in accounting program actually should be less expensive than the maintenance of the current system. So we'll save money by doing it.
Please.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Hello, thank you very much for the report. My name is Babot Tolbaev. I'm from Kyrgyzstan, president of Chess Federation. My background is from financial sector. That's why I fully support your recommendation about the change of this financial system. We have done these selections in the past a lot for our companies in various countries. My question one, is January 23rd is enough time for selection of this system and putting it in place? That's just one question. Because in our practice, it usually takes a little longer. Thank you.
Well, the process has already begun. So it's not starting from scratch. I think the finance team has recognized this. In fact, we've made this recommendation for several years. They may had already made the change except for COVID. So there has been exploration of some various alternatives. I think the management team is kind of settling on QuickBooks as the alternative. And they are discussing how we will transition this. The good news is, in many ways, FIDE is, in the world of business, FIDE is not that large of an organization. I mean, I know it's large in comparison to many national federations, but it's in business, it's kind of a small business. So it's not that, the finances are not all that complex, but there are some nuances that we need to consider in moving to QuickBooks. One possible advantage to this may be that I happen to be a QuickBooks Pro advisor in my professional career. So I have had some conversations with the FIDE financial advisor about some mechanisms as to how to make the transition. I've given it some thought. It's one of the things I do professionally. So I'm willing to assist in that process. So it's an ambitious goal. It may not be possible, but it needs to be done fairly quickly. One of the problems is, as we said, the auditors have expressed concerns about the controls over the current system. So we certainly can't change it in 22. When they expressed these concerns, it was already June. But they made it clear it was a priority to them for us to get these changes made quickly.
Thank you very much. Fair enough.
Thank you. Any other questions? I think there are no further questions from the floor. So thanks a lot, Alan, once again. With that, I think we can move to the next item on the agenda, discharge of the treasurer. The General Assembly is requested to discharge the treasurer from responsibilities for the financial year 2021. Any objections? Please raise your registration cards to vote for discharging the treasurer from those responsibilities. Thank you. Thank you. I think we don't need to count. I think everything is clear. Thanks a lot. So now I've been just reported that we have already 178, maybe even more now, people, well, 178 at this point registered, and now we need to rearrange the space for the election part of the process, and please, Mr. Rivella, you take this seat to chair the meeting for the electoral part of the General Assembly. Thank you. Dear fellow council members, we will need to shift, to move to a different place, I think to the left of us. And those who are in the tickets, electoral tickets, will remain in some seats. People will show us where we will remain. Thank you.
I'm really sorry. Yes, smoking, yes, but not black. Yes, we will try. It's just 1 hour and 15, so I think we can go on and start immediately electoral proceedings. I would like to invite, first of all, my colleagues, members of the Electoral Commission to take the floor near to me, and the candidates of the presidential tickets to take place on my left. Council out. Oh, really? No, because we decided this way, yeah? Because this was our initial decision. But as you prefer. If you have enough. But if you prefer to stay there, it's okay. So we can change and to place here the candidates so everybody can see them, and ask to the honorable members of the council to take place on the left, so you can be more visible, okay?
One side,
yeah.
Where can you sit?
What do you want? Is everyone here? Yes. So we can start electoral procedures with the election of the scrutineers. So as you know, in accordance with the electoral rules, the council nominated 3 persons and asked the General Assembly to elect them, if the General Assembly wants to elect them. So I ask, we can vote one by one with open voting. We will use the card, the voting card that were distributed that you use now for the discharge of the treasurer. As you know, there is your picture, your name, and the name of the federation in the voting card. So, well, the first person that was indicated and nominated by the council is Miss Nina Rob from Slovenia. Can I ask Miss Rob to come here in front of you? I call also the other 2 gentlemen, Mr. Rajai Al-Susi from Palestine and Mr. George Kweku Arko Dasle from Ghana. Can you go here inside of the General Assembly? From here I cannot see. Are they there? Okay. So we can start with the election of the first one. Who is in favor to elect as scrutineer Miss Nina Rob from Slovenia? You have to raise, if you want, your voting card if you are in favor to elect her as scrutineer. Okay. Thank you. Who is against? Who is against? No one is against. Abstentions? Okay, so by unanimity, Ms. Nina Rob is elected as scrutineer. Now we go on with the proposal to elect Mr. Rajai Al-Susi from Palestine as a scrutineer. Who is in favor? Thank you very much. Against? Abstentions? No one, so we can consider as elected also Mr. Rajai Al-Susi. The third name proposed is Mr. George Kweku Arko Dasle from Ghana, who is in favor to his elections. Thank you very much. Against? One person against, yes. And okay, abstention maybe from Ghana, or abstentions? Okay. In any case, is elected Mr. George Kweku Arko Dazi as scrutineer. So as I anticipated, we prepared a voting room there. There will be 3 desks. You have to follow the same alphabetical order that you followed for the registration desks. From so our first desk from A to F, second from G to N, and so on. The 3 scrutineers will be helped by a person of the FIDE staff, just for the distribution of ballot papers. When, on the contrary, we will start with the counting of votes cast, there will be only the scrutineers. Together with the scrutineers, there are observers. So there are, as you know, 4 continental observers. So I would like to the 4 continental observers to join the scrutineers. And then we have also 3 observers nominated by the candidates of the presidential ticket. So I would like to ask also to the 3 observers indicated by the tickets to go together with the scrutineers in the room that is on our right. In this room, we will have also access the members of the Electoral Commission and no one else. When you will vote, of course, you will go in that direction, and you will exit in another direction. So everything, we hope, will be sufficiently fast. Then, in the agenda, there is one point concerning acknowledgement of the elections of the continental and zonal presidents. However, we received a complaint against an election of a zonal president, so we will communicate the results of all elections only at the end of the electoral proceedings, so this afternoon or tomorrow morning. So now we can start directly with the election of the combined presidential tickets. As you know, each candidate for president, candidate for deputy president, has a total of 15 minutes to deliver a speech or a presentation. 2 of the tickets asked to use also a video presentation, some short videos. Of course, it will be in the period of 15 total minutes for each one of the 3 lists. It's to them to decide when to show the videos, when to start with the first one. I think the ticket of Mr. Bashar Coatli and Mr. Jan Wilkinson has proposed 2 short videos, so they have just to indicate to the FIDE staff when they won't start this video. Arkady Dvorkovich and Mr. Annan Ticket had proposed 3 different videos. It's again to them to decide when to start. I will communicate you when you have used already 14 minutes, so you have just 1 minute left to conclude your presentation. To start with presentation, we organize a very, very short drawing of lots to decide who will start. FIDE staff, I think, has prepared just a small box with the drawing of lots. If you can give me this. Thank you. So in this moment, is number 1 is the presidential ticket of Mr. Barish Polets and Mr. Nielsen. Number 2 is the ticket Arkady Dvorkovich, Anand Viswanathan. Number 3 is Bashar Kouatli, Ian Wilkinson. So can you take one of these 3? Which number? Number 1, so the first to have the floor will be the ticket Barish Polets and Nielsen. Can this number round? Number 3, so the second one will be Bashar Kouatli, Ian Wilkinson, and the third and final one will be Dvorkovich Anand. So I would like to invite Mr. Barish Polet and Mr. Nielsen to deliver their speech or presentation. Thank you very much.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank all organizers, Tamil Nadu government and All India Chess Federation for hosting this amazing event, FIDE Olympiad and FIDE Congress. It's truly amazing to see so many people who genuinely love chess. I would like to start our speech with passing the floor to Peter Heine Nielsen, who runs as my deputy president. Peter Heine Nielsen is former coach of the world champion Vishy Anand and current coach of the world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Thank you, Andre. Chess is a fantastic game. This Olympiad is fantastic, perhaps the best ever. India, Chennai, a welcoming host, and the whole world visits and makes us truly gens una sumus. We are one global family, joined together by the game we love. We are gathered here today at the General Assembly to elect the president, the leader of our family. Our position has been very clear. Arkady Dvorkovich cannot be president of a unified family. With the current president, we are no longer one family because of his past, but also because of his present. On the 2nd of August, even during this FIDE Congress, the US State Department announced full sanctions on the Skolkovo Foundation, the Russian research university complex led by the current FIDE president for the last decade. The reason for the sanctions were clear. During the last decade, Skolkovo has actually been involved with the Russian military industry. According to the report, they have been involved in developing materials for tanks, engines for helicopters, specialized material for aircraft wings, and engines for ships. Skolkovo has helped in innovating the Russian army, and right now we see how these innovations are being used to attack a neighboring country, costing up to 100,000 of lives, depending on estimates, making millions of people flee their homes, their country. Dvorkovich's responsibility as head of Skolkovo for the last decade is undeniable. Dvorkovich's responsibility as the head of Skolkovo, with his ties to the Russian military, is uncombinable with being the head of a global family. To this day, the current Russian president still sits on the board of trustees together with Dmitry Peskov and Sergei Shoigu. They are leaders of his countries. They are even former colleagues. But to us, they are killers. They are war criminals. Internationally condemned by the vast majority of the world, Peskov is Putin's spokesperson, Putin who gave the order to the invasions, and Shoigu, the Russian Minister of Defense, carried out these orders. We all know the massacres of Bucha, of Mariupol, but to keep it within our chess family, players have died. Children of players have died. A Ukrainian player in this Olympiad has had his house destroyed. Being a part of a family comes with obligations. The current president of FIDE cannot both be a unifying head of our family and at the same time sit at the board of trustees with people directly responsible for a war causing death and unimaginable pain to members of our family. Chess has a fantastic image. The royal game, the Queen's Gambit Netflix thing, the Queen of Katwe, chess in school. Chess has boomed online during the pandemic and kept us connected, and our family has grown. The FIDE presidency, however, for some strange reason, we have accepted not to have an impeccable image. Perhaps it started with Campomanes and his ties to Marcos, but of course, especially with Kirsan Ilyushinov and his visits to Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi. When Kirsan got sanctions due to the ties to Assad in Syria, Russia indeed put on an impressive operation, keeping power within FIDE by having Arkady Dvorkovich win the presidency of a campaign that even included Vladimir Putin himself. And Russia also ensured that the presidency was an immediate success by bringing in a lot of state-owned companies, donating money, boosting FIDE's financial situation. We think this is the wrong way of governing FIDE. We think the chess world, that FIDE could be even better than it is now, and that the core problem is this reputational damage over the last 40 years. And while the reputation of the game is good, is excellent, and thus the potential is there, the root of the problems lies with the presidency. We think FIDE needs a unifying figure as president, an uncontroversial figure, a figure with his whole life in chess, without a compromised past, so that when you Google him, global sponsors will not turn away, because they do exactly what we should be doing. They care about their brand, their reputation. They are global brands because they understand the value of reputation. We think many could fulfill that role. Vishy Anand could be an excellent president of FIDE. But with the current options, no doubt we think we represent the best choice. FIDE needs to be truly global, not just in words, but in actions. And for that, FIDE needs to be attractive to sponsors globally. With Dvorkovich be elected for another term, with his worldview being through the Russian lens, FIDE will still have to depend on Russian sponsorships. Already now we know that the Russian Chess Federation talks openly about having at least as a minimum half of the upcoming World Championship matches in Russia. This again will cause damage to our reputation. We want the chess world to move in a different direction, to have a truly global perspective. I think Andriy Baryspolets can be this unifying figure. He can assure that we again are one family. With Andrei, the FIDE presidency would immediately be restored its reputation. That's why I recommend you to elect Andrei as our new president for FIDE.
Thank you, Peter. Indeed, these elections are about values. It's not about chess politics. And both me, myself, and Peter Heine, we are not chess politicians. But we are here because we do believe that we need to defend values of our chess family. We're chess players, and we dedicated our lives to chess. And currently, we see that with this deep crisis of values, we don't even have a discussion whether we, as a chess world, can afford FIDE president Arkady Dvorkovich. We cannot be Gens Unasumus with Arkady Dvorkovich, our president. But to address that, let's first try to answer ourselves honestly how we got to this point, why we even talk about this, why we are struggling to change the incumbent president. And this problem has been there for many years. It has been a problem with Kirsan Ilyushinov for 23 years. And as Peter already mentioned, if not the Russian special operation to put Dvorkovich into the head of the FIDE, again, we have the same problem. We cannot remove the incumbent president. Democracy fails in FIDE. And why it happens? Simply because we see that president has enormous powers within FIDE. Not only president appoints the entire management board, but also half of the FIDE council under current FIDE charter is appointed by the president, as well as all non-elected commission chairmen and councillors. With this system, FIDE resembles an autocracy. It's supposed to be a democracy, but it's not. It's rather a club of friends of the current incumbent president. And we see that to get into the system, you need to be aligned with the current administration. There is no other way to bring fresh ideas to FIDE. And we believe that the future of FIDE should be completely different from what we have as of now. FIDE needs to be truly democratic, meaning that FIDE Council should have more powers, and FIDE President should be merely a representational image for the chess world and for the world outside of chess. It is important because we only ensuring that we have a truly democratic organization, and we always talk about transparency, which is also important to mention. Garry Kasparov in 2014, when he ran for elections, mentioned this in his program. In 2018, Nigel Short and even Arkady Dvorkovich himself mentioned that one of the goals is to make FIDE a transparent organization. However, it did not work this way. Why? we really need those changes. As already been mentioned many, many times, transparency attracts sponsors. Moreover, to add to this, not only sponsors are attracted by transparency and adequate democratic governance, also people who would like to serve chess, they are ready to help us as a chess world to achieve any goals. You see, as I already mentioned, we're not just politicians, and during our 2 months of campaign, we managed to build up an amazing team of professionals. I'm really honored to have Dr. Jose Jimenez, who is a professor of MIT running for vice presidency. I'm also honored to have Mr. Robert Katende, who is an extremely inspirational person for many kids and parents throughout the world, as well as we have Sean Tan, running who would be appointed as a treasurer in case if I'm elected, who is a seasoned professional in investment banking. Also, we have a truly amazing team of advisors who manage billions of dollars in various industries. They're young, they're energetic, and this is only to show you that indeed the opportunities are there. It's just us who cannot attract those opportunities. We as a FIDE, we need to change. We need to be fully about chess, about promotion of chess, not about politics or anything else. Also, it is important to mention that we do respect people who work in FIDE. We know that there are many people who worked in FIDE throughout their many years, and they do excellent job and very honorable. However, it's really disappointing that the good work that is done within FIDE is used by political powers to promote Kremlin interests, to use FIDE as a sports washing for Russia's regime. This should not be the case. People should not be ashamed to work in FIDE. Also, we talk about FIDE being global. You see how amazing to be here in Chennai. This Olympiad is indeed awesome, excellent. However, this should not have happened, if not politics again. We know that this Olympiad meant to be in Moscow, and Arkady likes to correct this by saying that initially it was supposed to be in Minsk. But let's not forget that we didn't have Olympiad in Minsk for political reasons, although officially called financial. And now we don't have Olympiad in Moscow because of full-scale Russian aggression in Ukraine, which Arkady names as geopolitical turbulence. This should not be the case. FIDE indeed needs to be global. We need to see Olympiads in Africa. We need to see Olympiads in Americas. But again, to make this happen, we need to change. We as a chess world, we as FIDE, we need to have a better representation, better reputation, and we need to produce value ourselves. With that, I will get back to this problem of reputation. We see that with current leadership, it's not possible to fulfill our long-year dream to make chess an Olympic sport. Some say that it's not possible, but it's just hypocrisy because it was never possible with Campomanes. We never could even imagine this under Ilumzhinov era. And now it wouldn't be possible with Dvorkovich in the upcoming years. And we just stuck in this. We cannot present ourselves in the best way possible. Why we hear that Garry Kasparov mentions that FIDE is run by KGB for 40 years. This really should not happen. We should not discuss this at all. We really need to be focused on chess. But unfortunately, we cannot, because even now, we're seriously discussed to re-elect Arkady Dvorkovich, who has tremendous ties to Russian government and who came to our chess world from politics. And also, just to maybe remind you, and that Arkady has been deputy prime minister in Russian government under Dmitry Medvedev. And just 5 days ago, Dmitry Medvedev on his Facebook mentions literally that it is okay to invade Georgia and Kazakhstan. Is it normal? Is it something that we as a chess world need to think of? I think we don't need to be associated with wars. We're here to unite people. Chess unites people. But unfortunately, it cannot be done with Arkady. And it's not because what Arkady say. It's not say chess. You cannot say, I cut all the ties and now I'm good. No, it's your portfolio. It's what you have done for many years. You, Arkady, are responsible for what happens in Ukraine now. You are responsible for building up the Russian government and the Russian war machine. And we as a chess world, how can we afford this? Again, why we're even talk about it? We really need president and FIDE that beyond any doubts, apolitical, that beyond any doubts serve chess exclusively. And again, as I mentioned, these elections are about values. And it is definitely morally wrong to re-elect Arkady Dvorkovich as our president. Not only it's morally wrong, but even practically it is wrong. Because we cannot attract sponsors going forward. We cut the ties with Russian sponsors that Arkady brought in 2018, 2019. But again, the main problem is that if we as a chess world can afford this, it's question to you. I think we do not need to be dependent on these politics. We do not need to even discuss them. But it's a choice. FIDE should not be dependent. And again, it's a choice. And I do believe in good in people. I do believe in bright future of chess. And of course, I would be happy to present a bright program and say how everything great would be. But it's not about saying, it's about doing. And I'm here with Peter Heine to present an alternative for you as a chess world. To say that the world can...
1 minute left.
Thank you, Herbert. Yes, to present an alternative and say that the world of chess could be completely different if we just cut all the ties to Russian government. And now, who needs the most for Arkady to be reelected? It's Russian government. And it's a huge reputational blow for all of us. So again, it's all about values. And I do believe that we finally will cut those problems. We're finally going to be talking about chess, about how we love chess and how chess unites us, how to promote chess and how to become global. But it's your choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the ticket, Bashar Quatli and Jan Wilkinson can deliver their presentation. Thank you. And ask directly when you want FIDE staff to show the 2 videos.
Dear delegates, dear friends, I will give first the floor to candidate Deputy President Jan Wilkinson from Jamaica.
Thank you, Grandmaster Quatli. My brothers and sisters in chess from every continent, I bring you greetings from Jamaica, specifically, and France, and from all the continents, and especially Team Quatli Wilkinson. To me, you are what our organizers call Tambi in the opening ceremony. I want to thank our gracious hosts who have worked miracles to make this Olympiad and Congress a reality in just roughly 4 months. They deserve our eternal gratitude and generous applause. So please join me in thanking our hosts. I want to thank Grandmaster Quatli for graciously allowing me a few minutes of his speech to address you. For those of you who are unaware, I'm Ian Wilkinson, and I'm from the Americas, specifically Jamaica, a small country in size and population, less than 3 million, but undoubtedly one of the best countries in the entire universe, giving us and gifting to us such people as the great Bob Marley and the legendary Usain Bolt. I came to chess late, learning the moves when I was 34 years old, playing my first tournament when I was only 35. Shortly afterwards, I led Jamaica's delegation to my first Olympiad in Bled, Slovenia, 2002. Including that Olympiad, I've been to 10 straight Olympiads, including here in Chennai, serving in different capacities such as captain, playing and non-playing, delegate, and journalist. I have served chess in other ways, being president of the Jamaica Chess Federation for 8 straight terms between 2003 and 2019. I served on FIDE's Ethics Commission for 8 years, 2006 to 2014, and on FIDE's Constitutional Commission 2018 to 2022, and we still have, they say, 2 more years until 2024. I've also served on FIDE's presidential board since 2018, which was changed to the FIDE Council. I have also been the reverse delegate for South Africa for several months this year. And in Jamaica, I'm still a part of the governing council of the Chess Federation as head of women's chess, which is near and dear to my heart, my mother being my main inspiration. I have written 2 chess books, Magnificence in Bled, the 35th Chess Olympiad, based on my experience in Slovenia, published in 2004, and where I met the great Victor Korchnoi, among many others, of blessed memory, and Excitement Galore, Chess in All Its Glory. I had the privilege of meeting the legendary Vichy Anand in Calvia, Mallorca, in 2004, having a memorable bus ride with him and Boris Gelfand. They happened to fight in 2012 for the championships. I am a 2-time veteran chess champion, and I've played in several World Seniors Chess Championships. I'm a lawyer by profession and what they call a Queen's Counsel. Many of you have asked me what is meant by Queen's Counsel, which we call QC. In chess terms, I am a very serious lawyer. I'm a very highly skilled, experienced lawyer. And you could call me a 2800 lawyer. Bashar has promoted me and calls me 2900. In the past 3 years, I have spent a lot of time and resources to assist with establishing federations in the English-speaking areas of the Americas that have largely been ignored over many decades. These include Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis. Ambassador Williams is unfortunately not here, the president, nor his deputy, Mr. Merchant, former Attorney General who got COVID. St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I want to thank Grandmaster Nigel Short, former Vice President, who also agreed to help me to get this done. It has warmed my heart to see these countries here not just playing, but represented at their very first Congress, including people like young Daniel, Glean, Tristan, and Israel, just to name a few. I want to thank Grandmaster Quartley dearly for giving me the honor of being his deputy on his ticket. I have come to know, truly like, and respect this magnificent disciple and servant of chess, an erudite man and a great human being. Chess in general, and FIDE in particular, have been lucky to have him. Could you just join me in thanking Grandmaster Quartley for his service to chess? Thank you very much. Listen, it took almost a month for this man to convince me to run with him. I cross-examined him and interrogated him as if I were doing a murder case. Because I assisted President Dvorkovich to win the 2018 elections. In Jamaica, we had a strong debate at our council as to whom to support, and then I disclosed my hand, among other things. But why did I decide to run? I decided to do so, bearing in mind my love for chess and desire to help FIDE. During the world situation, my conscience dictated that I had to do so. I changed my schedule. I employed more staff at my law firm so I could have more time to serve chess and FIDE. I shared Grandmaster Quartley's vision to build FIDE, to unite FIDE, and to safeguard FIDE in every possible way, having regard to what I saw happening, and what is still happening in the Ukraine and how it has affected many countries and chess federations as a result. I worried about how it would have affected FIDE. So, I also decided to run as I was disappointed some months ago when the president released his ticket, 5 members of his team, and there was no representation from Africa or the Americas. In all fairness, after we had a discussion, the president explained to me, or Mr. Dvorkovich, since he's not yet re-elected, he explained to me his reason for not including anyone from those regions, chiefly due to the fact that they were holding continental elections. I have accepted his explanation, and I bear him no ill will at all. In fact, if truth be told, the president has always treated me with great respect. And in 2019, when the Jamaica Chess Federation celebrated its 50th year of existence, he took the time to send us a very nice video, and we were quite appreciative. I truly believe Bashar and we are the best cosmopolitan ticket. We cover several continents, including Africa, the Americas, and Europe, based on our origins. My presidency in Jamaica has led to thousands of new chess players and millions of dollars of sponsorship due to revolutionary ideas and total commitment, which saw me spending sometimes more than 10 hours a day on chess administration alone, in spite of my very busy schedule as a lawyer. We have a lot of contacts. I'll just give you 2 quick examples before I close. Dana, my first video, please, with Mr. Gill.
Hello. Come here a second. It's Chris Gill, Universe Boss. I represent for the chess boss, Ian Wilkinson. Now, Ian Wilkinson is running for deputy president of FIDE. All right? I encourage each and everyone to support and vote for Ian Wilkinson. Ian Wilkinson for president. Chris Gill, Universe Boss, said that. All right? Go and support Ian. Ian, big up yourself. Universe Boss.
My Indian friends would know very well that is arguably the most famous T20 cricketer, Mr. Kapoor, Mr. Singh. And my Australians, all the persons who love cricket, one of the world's famous sportsmen, Christopher Gale, someone well known to me. And my second video, please, which is very, very short, not even 30 seconds.
Hi everyone, Usain Bolt here, and I'm supporting Ian Wilkinson, QC, running for Deputy President of FIDE. Go out and support his campaign. To the world.
Usain Bolt, people, give the great Usain Bolt a hand. I want to thank everyone who supported us, including our families, my muse, Kadeen, who's here, friends and countries, such as Australia, which was the first country to nominate us officially. Jamaica's motto is out of many, one people. Jamaica's motto, out of many, one people. What is FIDE's motto? Genzuna Sumos. There's no motto, I challenge you, in the world which is closer to FIDE's motto than Jamaica's motto. Today, in Jamaica, it's August 6th. Well, the night of August 6th, our Independence Day. I want to urge everyone, let us work for chess. Put selfishness and personal interests aside. Do not ask what FIDE can do for you. What can you do for FIDE? I wish for you all the very best. And as Bob Marley, the legend, would say, one love. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to our next speaker, I'd like to just say a few words. You're going to hear from a man of sterling reputation, a man who has walked with kings but has not lost the common touch, a man who was born in Syria, grew in Lebanon, and bred in France. He became a grandmaster in 1989, the same year I did. Ladies and gentlemen, he helped to organize Kasparov in 1990 in Lyon. Put your hands together. Welcome to the podium, none other than the man himself, Grandmaster Bashar Kuatli. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Ian. Thanks for the audience also. Dear delegates, dear friends, my FIDE family. First of all, let me thank warmly the Tamil Nadu government, the central government of India, the All Indian Chess Federation and his president, Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, and my old friend, Bharat Singh, who saved FIDE, and this is the case, by organizing in less than 4 months such a great Olympiad. I believe we all owe them a great applause and a standing ovation because it's now or never. Please, can we have a standing ovation for both of them because they have done an incredible work. And I think people don't realize how much it is of an effort to save it and to make all people happy. Happiness is very important in life. Thank you, my friends. As you have just heard from Ian, the FIDE deputy president on my ticket, he and I put ourselves forward to be elected as your representatives. I as your president and Ian as your deputy. Those delegates who are new to chess politics and do not know me very well, let me say that I am international chess grandmaster Bashar Kouatli from France. I was born in Damascus, Syria, from a Syrian father who built the Syrian electricity grid to serve his country, and a French mother who is now 83 and born on July 14th, French National Day. I grew up in Damascus and in Beirut, Lebanon, and moved to France after the civil war started in '75. I have represented both Lebanon and France at 5 Olympiads. In 1989, I achieved the distinction of becoming France and Arab's first chess grandmaster. I never forget my origins. I have spent most of my life serving chess in one way or another. In 1990, I helped to organize the Lyon World Chess Championship Titans match between grandmasters Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov. In 1985, I became FIDE deputy president for a very short period. When I understood with some others Kirsan Ilumzhinov's lack of transparency, I decided in '96 to oppose him. In 2016, I became president of the French Chess Federation, serving for 4 years. In Batumi in 2018, I campaigned to change FIDE's governance and was elected deputy president of FIDE, serving on the presidential board and later the FIDE Council in that capacity until now. This has been a tremendous journey for me, and I have been privileged to offer myself to lead FIDE as president. I decided to do so after the Russian invasion of the Ukraine of February 24, 2022, which changed the face of FIDE and the political dynamics within FIDE. My decision was not to campaign against the incumbent president, Arkady Dvorkovich, because he was Russian. And you can understand from my origin and philosophy that I hate racism totally. But to fight for FIDE because of the challenges FIDE was facing, many of which have been admitted by the president himself. I realized that the FIDE Council in mid-March and the chess world were divided because of the situation in the world at large, and I decided to do something about it.
1 minute left.
My decision to run for president was to build FIDE, unite FIDE, and safeguard FIDE's image and interest, having regard to what was happening in the wider world and which have a direct impact on FIDE. Nonetheless, after consulting with the delegates over the past couple of months, and especially in the past 10 days face-to-face, I realized that I do not have the necessary support for me to be elected as FIDE president. In the circumstances, I have decided that I will withdraw my candidacy so that my presence will not affect the chances of the other candidates or tickets. I discussed this with Jan, who has respected and understands my decision. I know that some persons will be disappointed by this decision, but I would like you, and as Jan has done, to respect and understand my decision, which I think is in the best interest of FIDE at this time. It has been a pleasure and privilege having Jan on my ticket, and we have become much closer as a result of this campaign. Indeed, we have become friends, and I have tremendous respect for him. He's a huge asset as he's dedicated to chess and FIDE and works at a very high level, regardless of what he's doing. I want to thank you for the expression of support Jan and I have received from many delegates from all the continents and from many other persons who are not delegates. You recognize that we mean well and are here to serve FIDE and chess at a high level. Regardless of what happens after the elections on this historic day, Sunday, August 7, 2022, Jan and I are still willing to serve FIDE and to help chess for the benefit of all worldwide. During those 10 days spent together, we were all lucky to meet a sample of variety of great people, great cultures, because of this very specific and great event that the Olympiad is. I was so glad to continue learning from you and to meet the new young delegates and generations from Africa and all continents. My brothers and sisters in chess, Gens una sumos. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
We would like, just as a gesture of appreciation for All India Chess Federation, to give a gift to the President and General Secretary. I mean, we are not campaigning anymore because we have withdrawn, so I don't think this is a campaign element. So please, could we just give a gift to the All Indian Chess Federation in that moment? And Kadeen, is Kadeen around?
Okay.
Oh, Kadeen, please. Yes. She brought a gift. Kadeen, please.
We thought we would do this because it's Jamaica's Independence Day. Jamaica is very close to India from the time of the late Indira Gandhi when I was a little boy. And today is Jamaica's Independence Day, and in all fairness, green is one of our colors, green is one of India's colors, and that is why I wore this tie today specifically. And my muse, Kadeen, is dressed in our national colors.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor for their presentation to the ticket Arkady Dvorkovich and Vishy Anand.
Distinguished delegates, fellow council members and candidates, friends and teammates, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor and privilege to stand in front of you today and thank you all for all the work you have been doing to improve and expand our chess world, to make our beloved game even more popular among people, beneficial to societies, and successful as sport. It has been our vision, and I believe it is shared by all of you. Thank you so much. And thank you all our colleagues who have been running throughout this period for elections. I think we showed that elections can be truly democratic. FIDE is my life now, and I know my family is not always happy about that, as I'm being away most of the time. But today my family is with me to support something that comes from my heart. I want to continue serving to you, to chess players, to the entire family. And I'm really thankful to my wife and to my kids for being here today with me. I love you. I'm honored today to have another chance to present to you our ideas to continue serving to the entire chess family as FIDE president, provided you will support us, provided you are willing to be a part of our team. Vision and desire to serve the global chess community is all what it is about. To formulate a strategy, put together a right team, deliver, and keep being passionate about our mission, no matter what. Devoting my time, investing knowledge and skills, leading the team forward day by day. This is what I have tried to do over the last 4 years, and if I largely succeeded, it is due to your support. Let me focus on 5 key achievements of that period and 5 priorities that we propose for the next term. First, FIDE was half-functional at best back in 2018, with no bank accounts, no commercial rights for the World Championship, small budgets heavily relying on fees from national federations, and shortage of qualified staff to run day-to-day activities. And that has been resolved in the first years of my tenure. We regained all the rights and earned the respect of our partners. FIDE became sustainable and built a proper functioning system, allowing us to run most complex projects smoothly and also to generate income for much higher budget, which I promised to you back in 2018. We signed broadcasting and sponsorship contracts in a magnitude never seen in FIDE's history. Time after time, we delivered in spite of challenges of pandemic. We never looked for an excuse. We just knew we have to deliver, and we did. Second, prior to 2019, FIDE could not provide any meaningful support to develop chess in less advanced countries. During these 4 years, development support amounted to 8 million euros, including Olympiad travel subsidies that we have managed to double this time. Also, we radically increased the spots for the participation of national champions from countries around the world in the World Cup. And that was a very important step to do to involve more countries into the top-level activities. Tournaments, seminars, special projects, educational activities, all this became possible thanks to our dedicated work in cooperation with national and continental federations that allowed to raise more talents, to train more professionals, have non-stop chess activities almost everywhere, even despite the pandemic. We are truly unstoppable. Third, before 2019, a gap between women and men in chess has been only growing. That has been reflected in a number of competitions, prize money, participation rates, career opportunities. We have stopped that negative track and made important steps to reverse the situation, culminating in a year of women in chess today. Many new top women events were launched, initiated, or relaunched, including Grand Prix, Grand Swiss, Candidates Tournament, and much. Prizes grew considerably, and our educational and social programs engage much higher percentage of women. It required a considerable investment from the beginning, but now we see a lot of partners interested in promoting women chess. And I'm happy to see this interest, which will, of course, be supported by FIDE. We want to help each of our federations to form a women's team for the Olympiad. Fourth, chess is not only about competitive sports. The competitive aspects are just means to achieve a higher goal, to improve our society by promoting healthy habits and inspiring self-growth. We have launched various initiatives where chess is used for lifelong learning, empowering people with disabilities or different abilities, reintegration, and talent development. Fifth, chess became a truly visible game in recent years. That is obviously not just thanks to FIDE, but we contributed to it in a large way. Our main events are professionally covered. We started to work closely with major media. We see chess broadcast on popular internet platforms and TV. That is the work that starts from the grassroots. And our chess education program contributes to that. And thus all the way up to the top-notch event like Match, Candidate Tournament, and Olympiad, which we witness here in Chennai. And I'd like to thank again All Indian Chess Federation for this cooperation. Chess is all over the place, but still not in all places. Chess is attractive to sponsors, but not enough. Chess is in media, but not as much as needed. Chess is in schools, but not everywhere. Many success stories, some mistakes as well, of course, and things still to be done based on your feedback, on your criticism and new ideas. Also, we have to continue to improve our human capacity to run FIDE. And it is an emotional moment for me now, since I want to talk about my team, about our team. I'm a team player and a goalkeeper by nature. And I stood to defend our goal and make sure that we are consistently a winning team, because I really care about each of my teammates. I'm grateful to all fellow council members and management board members, as well as commission leaders and many other people who worked throughout this period. And I really hope that many of you will remain in the team leading FIDE and chess world forward, including one of our top elected officials, our treasurer, women world champion Zhu Chen, the one who has been able to say no to FIDE president, while continuously supporting me throughout the last 4 years. And I will be happy to have in our team 2 chess enthusiasts and very senior chess professionals, organizers of the Chess Olympiad in Baku and Tromsø, Mair Mamedov and Joran Olin Janssen. But today I would like to thank in particular an outstanding person, a friend, one of the most popular world champions, Mr. Vishwanathan Anand, for agreeing to join me and our team as deputy president if elected. He came at the time I needed support most, and I will never forget it. Vishy, the floor is yours. Time control is 3 minutes, no increment, please.
Thank you, Arkady. Respected delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride that I welcome you to my city, my state, my country, the host of the 2022 Chess Olympiad, Chennai. Special congratulations to the Tamil Nadu government, the central government, and of course the All India Chess Federation for this event, and I hope you're all enjoying my country's hospitality. FIDE has evolved a lot. When I first started to interact with it, it was just at the time of the split. And it has steadily become more organized. And especially in the last 4 years, I have seen President Dvorkovich and his team make it more streamlined, more professional, more transparent, and with the greatest role of its geographically diversified revenues. This new FIDE organization was able to cope well with the pandemic, a sudden development which they reacted very nimbly. The FIDE I want to build should work with the most powerful federations and players, but not be their mouthpiece, to be the voice of all federations and all chess players. I have known Arkady for many years. In fact, I first met his father. The first Dvorkovich I met was his father. And there's the passion for chess which runs through his whole family. But I have been most impressed by the work of the team for the last 4 years. Over the last few days, I've had the pleasure to interact with many of you. And I've heard your ideas, your passions, your suggestions for how to take the game forward. I believe that the role of FIDE should be as an enabler, as an amplifier for your ideas, to connect points across the globe and to grow our sport. We have to be the voice of everyone. As the President said, nothing is too small, nobody's too big. FIDE is the voice of everyone. We should work on women's chess, on federations all over the globe, chess players with disabilities, try to be as inclusive and grow the game. This is the role that I see for FIDE, and this is the team that I joined. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Vishy. Taking the floor back, let me reflect on the concerns that some of you raised during the past few weeks. Concerns about potential reputation risks for FIDE based on the fact that I'm Russian and that I work for the Russian government. Yes, I am Russian. And I have served people of my country, including to the Russian chess community, as the board chairman of the Russian Chess Federation. I have been trying to do so professionally and with highest possible integrity. And I took a strong position on the tragic events in Ukraine, as well as supported FIDE Council decisions regarding scaling down Russia's involvement in FIDE. And I have no relation to Skolkovo or any other sanctioned bodies anymore. Moreover, while abandoning Russian partners, we have been able to find new ones around the globe, organize the Chess Olympiad, and ensure financial stability of FIDE. And yes, it is far from easy for me personally. I hope that chess can reunite people again. But let me repeat, I'm your goalkeeper, and I promise to continue devoting myself to this mission and protect our family while making it a happier one as well. Now, what's next? What I will describe today is not set in stone, and it is what we believe are some important things to do. But we need a feedback from all of you and chess community in general to polish the strategy and move forward. Number one, FIDE is the international sport federation responsible for running world championship cycles and organizing chess Olympiads. We are recognized by the International Olympic Committee, and we will continue to integrate chess into the Olympic family. We will keep improving our top events. Not only they guarantee a large interest to the game, they bring FIDE funds required to invest in all parts of the world. That shall help us to make FIDE a sustainable institution, financially stable and independent on politics. Number two, the digital world provides us with unique opportunities. We have been using some of those, but we could and will do better, because chess deserves it. FIDE already launched several online projects, and we are gearing up towards new major partnerships, leveraging both on the strong positive image chess has earned throughout the centuries and the ability of chess to cope with new technologies. Number three, we'll keep helping national federations. In line with my promise, most of the fees FIDE charged were waived or reduced. But it is not only about that. We will still send our best people to help, to train, to share best practices. We will provide chess materials and help to raise new generation of arbiters, organizers, and coaches, as well as school instructors. The excelling children from every federation will be provided with training by inspiring coaches, champions, and role models in our FIDE Academy. We will expand the program of support for open and other events. Every national federation, let me stress it again, every national federation could stage an international chess event with titled players. That would generate interest to chess locally, will bring media coverage, and hopefully help to attract financial support from the sponsors and authorities. Number 4, we will keep investing in promoting women's chess. For years, the level of female engagement stood at 10 to 15%. We already see it rising above 20%, but that is not only about the numbers. We will continue creating a friendly environment, we will provide incentives, we will engage coaches and build programs, and we will make this change to happen. Chess is a game that knows no boundaries. We need to prove it, and the proof is with the dedicated work and, of course, with your help. And number 5, we'll keep promoting an idea that chess is a culture and a tool to improve our societies, more than just a game or sport. Chess is an excellent tool to develop future skills, like complex problem solving or social-emotional intelligence. With that understanding, we want at least to double the number of children involved in the educational chess. New initiatives will be launched for lifelong learning and active aging. Inspired by the successful programs in Kenya and Jordan, we shall expand our refugees and chess in slums initiatives. Chess empowers people with disabilities. Our priority is to organize the first chess Olympiad for people with disabilities already this year. The existing project Infinite Chess, that is dedicated to children with autistic spectrum disorder, already covers more than 12 countries and will be complemented with new initiatives for mental health. Let me conclude with a short story. 10 years ago, I celebrated my 40th anniversary here in India, and I had quite a few dreams to come true. Most of those came true. I'm a happy man with my family, friends, and teammates. But I'm not happy enough unless you are happy enough. My dream now, again here in India, is to see FIDE, to see our entire chess world as a happy family in 4 years and 4 decades to come. After celebrating our 100-year anniversary together in 2 years, it should be our joint commitment for future generations. I invite you to this exciting journey, which can be successful only with your support, but not just support. Let's just do it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So after what we heard, there will be only 2 alternative candidates for the presidential ticket. It means if someone will vote for the candidates who withdrawn, it has to be considered as a not valid vote. Well, for the same reason, there will be only 1 round of the election. I just to specify a couple of things. Abstentions. We will consider as abstention only the formal abstention. What does it mean? In the ballot paper, you will find a box where marked abstention. Only these ones will be considered as abstention. If, on the contrary, for example, a delegate put no votes, so cast a vote with a ballot paper left blank, this will be considered as a not valid vote. This is just for the quorum of the elections. How we will organize election, as I told you before, I will call out the names of 6 or 9 federations at the same time, 2 or 3 from each one of the 3 alphabetical groups. So the first is from A to F, the second one from G to N, and the third will start from the letter O. Delegates must come forward and proceed to this door. In this door will be a Sava. who will verify the identity of the voters. For sure, I have to remind you that voters will not be allowed to carry out mobile phones or other electronic devices when entering in the voting room. So please give to a friend, to a colleague, your mobile phone before entering in the voting room. You will be submitted and undergo to a very, very short and fast scanning test. I know that some observers requested to not be submitted to a scanning test. For observers, this can be authorized, but please, they cannot use their mobile phones or other electronic device inside the voting room. Observers are authorized to go into and go out from the voting room. You will receive a ballot paper. In the next minutes, I, together with my colleagues, will go to the scrutineers and we will go them these ballot papers that I took with me after signing each one of them yesterday night. So each one of the three desks and scrutineers will receive a given exact number of ballot paper. Then, of course, we will double check what will be the remaining number of ballot papers. You will receive also a black pen. You must use the black pen. If you, for example, use another pen, I don't know, green, blue pen, the vote cast will be considered as not valid. Finally, pay attention, you must use as marks only the marks that are also reminded in the ballot paper, so thick X or a sign of plus, not other marks. For example, if you use a circle, this will be considered again as a not valid mark. So that's all. I just go together with my colleagues in the voting rooms. We will also check if everything is okay, together with the scrutineers, so the ballot box are without any mark or something strange. We just will check briefly if the voting booth will be okay. This will take maximum 5 minutes, and then we will start to call all of you. We will call once all registered delegates, and then I will call a second time the delegates registered that have not yet voted. At this moment, I will say, well, voting is closed, and we will authorize the scrutineers to start counting of votes. Thank you very much. So just 2 minutes or 5 minutes to do this preliminary check together with the scrutineers, and then we will start calling delegates. As I told you, we will follow alphabetical orders, but in the 3 different groups. So, for example, if you are the letter G, you have to know that you will be one of the very first called to cast your vote. Thank you. Okay, everything is prepared, so I can start to call delegates. As I told you, you go in that direction and Saba will identify you. We start calling 6 names, okay? So, Afghanistan, Albania, Gabon, Gambia, Oman, and Pakistan, Oman and Palau. I see no one, so please, silence please. This is the first call, so I call again. Afghanistan, Albania, Gabon, Gambia, Oman, and Palau. So now Algeria, Andorra, Georgia, Germany, green, okay. Palestine, that I think it's inside, is one of the scrutineer, and Panama. Let me remind all of you that there will be 3 columns, so with different alphabetical orders. So if you are, for example, in the letter G, you must be here and not far from here. So now we have Angola, Antigua and Barbuda. Then we have Ghana, that probably is inside, and Greece. And from the third list, Papua New Guinea and Peru. Argentina and Armenia, Grenada, Guam, Philippines, and Poland. Aruba, Australia. Guatemala, Guernsey. Portugal and Puerto Rico. Austria, Azerbaijan. Guyana, Haiti. Qatar, Romania. Bahamas, Bahrain. Honduras, Hong Kong, China. Russia, St. Lucia.
Bangladesh, Barbados, Hungary, Iceland, San Marino, Sao Tome and Principe, Belarus, Belgium, India, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Bermuda, Bhutan, Iran, Iraq, Serbia, Seychelles, Bolivia, Botswana, Ireland, Israel, Sierra Leone, Singapore, Brazil, British Virgin Islands, Italy, Jamaica, Slovakia, Slovenia, that is inside. Brunei, Darussalam, and Bulgaria. Japan, Jersey. Somalia, South Africa. Burundi, Cameroon. Jordan, Kazakhstan. South Korea, South Sudan. Canada, Cape Verde. Kenya, Kosovo. Spain, Sri Lanka. Cayman Islands, Central African Republic. Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan. Sudan, Suriname. Chad, Chile. Laos, Lebanon. Sweden, Switzerland. China. Chinese Taipei, Lesotho, Liberia. Syria, Tajikistan. Colombia, Comoros Islands. Libia, Liechtenstein. Tanzania, Thailand. Costa Rica, Côte d'Ivoire. Lithuania, Luxembourg. Timor-Leste. Togo. Croatia, Cuba. Madagascar, Malawi. Trinidad and Tobago, Tunisia. Thank you very much. Cyprus, Czech Republic. Malaysia, Maldives. Turkey. Uganda. Democratic Republic of Congo and Denmark. Mali, Malta. Ukraine, United Arab Emirates. Djibouti, Dominican Republic. Mauritania, Mauritius. United States of America, Uruguay. Ecuador, Egypt. Ecuador, Egypt. Mexico, Moldova. US Virgin Islands, Uzbekistan. El Salvador, England. Monaco, Mongolia. Venezuela, Vietnam, Equatorial Guinea, and Eritrea. Mozambique, Myanmar, Wales, Zambia, Estonia, Eswatini, Estonia, Estonia, Eswatini, Namibia, Nepal, Zimbabwe, Ethiopia, Faroe Islands, Netherlands, Netherlands Antilles, Fiji, Finland, and France. New Zealand and Nicaragua. And finally, the very last ones, Nigeria, North Macedonia, and Norway. With this, we concluded the first call. So we called everybody, So if someone has not voted, Sava, I believe you can call directly the missing ones. How many are there? So, last call, second and last call. This is not registered.
France is here. He's not here. He's not here.
This is not here. So this I have not to call them. Nepal has not voted, is registered but has not voted. Nepal. Poland. Poland is registered and has not yet voted. Poland. Slovenia is inside. I believe she voted inside, so Slovenia is one of the scrutineers. United Arab Emirates. Emirates. Okay. Okay, nobody else. So I declare the election concluded. So now we'll go on with the voting counting.
Well, to everybody, just would like to announce that in 10 minutes we will have the results. So if you can stay here inside the room in 10 minutes. We are double checking the results, and then we will announce the results in 10 minutes, okay?
If everybody can come back, we can announce the results. Oh. Okay. Also the candidates are here, yes, because also we have to announce the time limits for the candidacies if they want of the losers as vice presidents. Well, number of delegates 194. Number of voters 179. Number of not valid votes 1. Number of abstentions 5. Number of votes for the presidential ticket of Barish Polets and Nielsen 16. Number of votes for Dvorkovich and Anand 157. So they can declare
Thank you. Thank you so much for the support of our great team. Vishay Anand, Mayer Mamedov, JJ Jochen, everyone else who were supporting us throughout this period. Again, thank you to my fellow council members for joint work, and of course for each of you. I greatly respect each vote that you put on the table for anyone who you supported, but of course I'm really grateful that you supported positive agenda that we were trying to formulate for FIDE and that we were trying to implement already throughout these years. And we are looking forward to working with each of you during the next 4 years. I'm really honored, privileged, and happy to do so for you as one team, as one family. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that big mandate, and thank you for supporting our vision for the next 4 years. We look forward to working hard and achieving all the goals that we share. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just 2 brief announces. The first one, very important. Mr. Barish Polets and Mr. Nielsen have the possibilities to submit their candidature for the election of vice presidents. If they want, they have 45 minutes to submit 3 nominations. As you have read in our communication of yesterday, it's possible for the member federations that nominated them for presidents to give them nomination also for vice president. Or other federations can do this, but if they have not yet submitted a nomination for vice presidents. Final communication, now will be a lunch break for 1 hour. Break will be at the 11th floor, so we will back here for the election of vice president at 2:30. 2:30 we will continue election. Thank you very much.
Lunch on there.
Ground floor they changed? They changed? Okay, so they changed the very last minutes, and they told me that the lunch break will be here on ground floor. So ground floor downstairs. Thank you. maybe the word. Okay. Can we ask some volunteer to inform everybody that we are starting again the General Assembly? If you can see to everybody to come. It will be important to start, so if everybody can come into the room. yeah? Okay, I think we can start. I would like to invite all candidates for the elections as vice presidents to take a chair here in front of me so they can be visible to everybody. I can call the names. So, Olalek Adejemi, Tahar Batik, Patrick von Holland, I know Xiun is not here, Mohamed Gafar Kambuja, Michael Kordakowski, Darcy Lima, Georgios Makropoulos, Sheikh Saud bin Abdulaziz Al Mualla, Javier Ochoa de Chagen, Mario Petrucci, Anastasia Sorokina e Lucas Surley. Mm-hmm. Okay, we can start elections for vice presidents. We discussed as electoral commission if we had the time enough to give them the floor. But considering that one of the candidates for reasons related to the pandemic couldn't be present today, we preferred just to announce the names of the candidates with their federations. So we have as candidates Mr. Olalekan Adejemi from Nigeria, Mr. Tahar Batik from Tunisia, Mr. Patrick van Holland from Monaco. Unfortunately, for the restriction related to the pandemic, Ms. Xi Hun from China cannot be here, but if you can applaud her. Mr. Mohammad Hafar Kambuja from Iran. Mr. Michael Khodorkovsky from USA. Mr. Darcy Lima from Brazil. Mr. Georgios Makropoulos from Greece. Sheikh Saud bin Abdulaziz Al Mualla from United Emirates. Javier Ochoa de Chagan from Spain. Mario Petrucci from Argentina. Anastasia Sorokina. And Lucas Turley from Poland. So this one will be a little bit the most complicated of our elections. So electoral proceeding will be the same as for presidential ticket. Now I think everybody understood that we call at the same time 2 persons for the first list, 2 persons for the second group, 2 persons for the third group. Given that there will be a body check for metal, please, to simplify the procedure, if you can give to a friend or someone else coins, mobile phone, electronic device, and so on, we can go faster. Then about the election of vice president, you know that we must apply, luckily, the principle of gender balance. We have 2 ladies that participate in this election. The other candidates are the different male gender. So we asked to the 2
candidates for the position of President and Deputy President, Mr. Barish Polets and Mr. Peter Heine Nielsen, if they wanted to participate in this election, submitted a candidature for Vice President, but they refused, they didn't intend to participate. So this was the list of candidates. I just want to remark what will happen. So you can vote for 1, for 2, for 3, or for 4 candidates. Even if you vote candidates of the same gender, the vote is valid. So even if you vote for 4 men, your vote is valid. It's in the results that we will do a different counting related to gender balance. If as a result of the first round, the candidate most voted will be all of the same gender, in this case all men, only the 2 candidates of the 2 ladies will participate in the second round. However, if one of the 2 female candidates will receive at least 50% of the valid votes in the first round, this lady will be automatically elected in the first round, even if she is not among the first 4 most voted candidates. If, on the contrary, after the first round of elections, among the 3 most voted, we will be a representative of both genders, in this case the second round will be among all other candidates, except if the 4th most voted candidate received at least 50% of the valid votes. So it's a little bit complicated, but maybe it will be possible to conclude elections in 1 round. If not, we will be a second round. Okay? So we can do exactly as before. So I think scrutineers are prepared. If also the members of the Electoral Commission can check if ballot paper, in this case ballot papers are not signed by us, because it was too difficult to sign all ballot papers without knowing at the last moment how many candidates there will be. But the number of ballot papers is the same as in the presidential elections, so 194. So more than probably the number of voters will be the same of this morning, so 179, but we will see. So if they confirm that we can start. We can. So, Afghanistan, Albania, Gabon and Gambia. Thank you. Oman, Palau. Algeria, Andorra, Georgia and Germany.
Delegates must remember that when go to vote, they must take with them the voting card. So it will be possible for Saba to identify them immediately. So remember to take your voting card with you. Yeah, I have just to apologize with Ms. Sorokina because I forgot to announce her current federation, that is Australia. It seems there are some problems. Well, Gabon can come. Gabon was the first of the list, of the second list. Gabon. Okay. Palestine and Panama.
Angola, Antigua and Barbuda. Ghana and Greece. Greece. Peru, Philippines. Probably it's a little bit more complicated, this vote. I remember again, you can vote for 1, for 2, for 3, or for 4 candidates. Or you can abstain. If you abstain for everything. So you cannot vote for 1, 2, 3 candidates plus an abstention. If you abstain, you abstain. If not, you can give 1, 2, 3, or 4 votes as you prefer. Argentina in Armenia. Grenada and Guam. Poland and Portugal. Aruba, Australia. Guatemala, Guernsey. Puerto Rico. In Qatar. Austria, and Azerbaijan. Guyana and Haiti. Romania and Russia. Bahamas, Bahrain. Honduras, Hong Kong. Saint Lucia, San Marino. Bangladesh and Barbados. Hungary, Iceland. Sao Tome and Principe and Saudi Arabia. Belarus and Belgium. India and Indonesia. Senegal and Serbia. Bermuda and Bhutan. Iran and Iraq. Seychelles, Sierra Leone. Bolivia and Botswana. Ireland and Israel. Singapore and Slovakia. Brazil and British Virgin Islands. Italy and Jamaica. Slovenia and Somalia. Brunei, Darussalam, Bulgaria. Japan and Jersey. South Africa and South Korea. Burundi, Cameroon. Jordan, Kazakhstan. South Sudan and Spain. Canada and Cape Verde. Kenya and Kosovo. Sri Lanka and Sudan. Cayman Islands, Central African Republic. Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan.
Suriname, Sweden. Chad and Chile. Laos and Lebanon. Switzerland and Syria. China. Lesotho, Liberia. Tajikistan, Tanzania.
Chinese Taipei, Colombia, and Comoros Islands. Libya and Liechtenstein. Thailand, Timor-Leste. Costa Rica, Côte d'Ivoire. Lithuania and Luxembourg. Togo and Trinidad and Tobago. Croatia and Cuba. Madagascar, Malawi. Tunisia and Turkey. Cyprus, Czech Republic. Malaysia, Maldives. Uganda, Ukraine. Democratic Republic of Congo, Denmark. Mali and Malta. United Arab Emirates and United States of America. Djibouti, Dominican Republic. Mauritania, Mauritius. Uruguay, U.S. Virgin Islands. Ecuador, Egypt. Mexico and Moldova. Monaco, Mongolia. Uzbekistán, Venezuela. El Salvador, England. Montenegro, Mozambique. Vietnam, Wales. Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea. Myanmar, Namibia. Zambia. And Zimbabwe. Estonia and Eswatini. Nepal, Netherlands. Ethiopia, Faroe Islands. Netherlands Antilles, New Zealand. Fiji, Finland, and France. Nicaragua, and Nigeria. North Macedonia, and Norway. Is there someone that has not yet voted? I think I called everybody. Saba is coming. You can go. Second call for Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone. Cayman Islands. Gabon. Liechtenstein. And Norway. So, if no one is here, I declare closed the election, this first round of election. No, is somewhere is coming? Maybe yes. Go there, you are the last one. Okay, now we will counting and then we will see. This will be the most complicated counting probably, so it will take a little bit of time, at least I suppose around 20 minutes. a couple of communications. First one, someone has not retired his mobile phone, number 26, so if he or she wants to retire the mobile phone. Then in 4 minutes I will confirm, I will announce the results. I think it will be a second round. So I just have to wait for a final confirmation and then we will announce the results.
so we can announce the results. If the candidates would like to come here. So we had 176 votes cast. It means that 50% plus 1 is 89. I read the number of votes received by each one of the candidates. So Olalekana Deyemi received 41 votes. Tahar Batik, 25. Patrick Von Holland, 26. Xiyun, 113. Mohamed Hafar Khabouja, 7. Mikhail Kodar, 62. Darcy Lima, 45. Georgios Makropoulos, 80. Sheikh Swad bin Abdulaziz Al Mualla, 89. Javier Ochoa de Chagan, 16. Mario Petrucci, 19. Anastasia Sorokina, 63. Lukasz Turley, 56. And there is one not valid vote. So it means that Xiyun, Sheikh Swad bin Abdulaziz Al Mualla, and Georgios Makropoulos are elected vice presidents. Given that both genders are represented among the first three elected, it means that all other candidates will participate in the second round. In the second round, you must give just one vote, not more than one. So all delegates must just vote for one person, and the most voted will win. So now we are preparing the ballots paper. I think we are practically prepared, and then we will start the second round.
Okay, we will start again. We start now. Are you prepared?
Myself
Oh, okay. Just I would like to explain because someone has not understood. So the rules for the election of the 4 elected vice presidents were these. Sorry, silence. Please. Just one moment of attention because someone requested to explain better the counting. So in accordance with the existing electoral rules, if among the 3 most voted candidates both genders are represented, the first 3 are directly elected, and this was the case. Only for the 4th one to be directly elected, he needed to have at least 89 votes. It means 50% plus 1. In this case, the 4th one didn't receive 50% plus 1. And given that both genders are already represented among the vice presidents, then the second round will be among all candidates except the first 3 that are already elected. Okay? Now you have to vote just for 1 person. So pay attention. You just have to express 1 vote, no more than 1 vote. If you vote for 2, it's not valid. Okay? So we have to start because it's already quite late. Okay? Same system. Afghanistan, Albania. Please take your seat. It's not. It's more complicated. Afghanistan, Albania. Gabon, Gambia. Oman, Palau. Algeria, Andorra. Georgia, Germany. No one is voting, so please. Palestine, Panama. Ghana, Greece. Angola, Antigua and Barbuda, Papua New Guinea, Peru, Grenada, Guam, Argentina, Armenia, Philippines, Poland, Aruba, Australia, Guatemala, Guernsey, Portugal, Puerto Rico, Austria, Azerbaijan, Guyana, Haiti, Qatar, Romania, Bahamas, Bahrain, Honduras, Hong Kong, Russia, Saint Lucia, Bangladesh, Barbados, Hungary, Iceland. San Marino, Sao Tome and Principe. Belarus and Belgium. India e Indonesia. Saudi Arabia and Senegal. Bermuda and Bhutan. Iran and Iraq. Serbia, Seychelles. Bolivia, Botswana. Ireland, Israel. Sierra Leone, Singapore. Brazil, British Virgin Islands. Italy, Jamaica. Slovakia and Slovenia. Brunei Darussalam and Bulgaria. Japan, Jersey. Somalia, South Africa. Burundi and Cameroon. Jordan, Kazakhstan. South Korea and South Sudan. Canada, Cape Verde. Kenya and Kosovo. Spain and Sri Lanka. Cayman Islands, Central African Republic. Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan. Sudan, Suriname. Chad, Chile. Laos, Lebanon. Sweden, Switzerland. China and Chinese Taipei. Lesotho, Liberia. Syria, Tajikistan. Colombia, Comoros Islands. Libya and Liechtenstein. Tanzania and Thailand. Costa Rica, Côte d'Ivoire. Lithuania and Luxembourg. Timor-Est. And Togo. Croatia and Cuba. Madagascar, Malawi. Trinidad and Tobago and Tunisia. Cyprus and Czech Republic. Malaysia, Maldives. Turkey, Uganda. Democratic Republic of Congo, Denmark. Mali and Malta. Ukraine, United Arab Emirates. Djibouti, Dominican Republic. Mauritania and Mauritius. United States of America and Uruguay. Ecuador, Egypt. Mexico and Moldova. US Virgin Islands and Uzbekistan. El Salvador, England. Monaco and Mongolia. Venezuela, Vietnam. Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea. Montenegro and Mozambique. Wales and Zambia. Estonia, Eswatini. Myanmar, Namibia. Zimbabwe. Ethiopia and Faroe Islands. Nepal, Netherlands Antilles. Fiji, Finland, and France. New Zealand and Nicaragua. Nigeria and North Macedonia. And finally, Norway. Is there somebody else that still have not voted? If yes, please go directly to vote. Is there still there someone that has not yet voted? If yes, please. If not, I will close the voting. Okay, voting is closed. I can announce the result of this second round of the election. I kindly ask all delegates to come back into the voting room. So, sorry, in the room of the General Assembly. Okay, great. So, are all candidates here? Well, not, but maybe I can announce in any case. So, in this case, we had a little bit reduced the number of votes, 171. So the most voted and elected is Mr. Michael Kodakorski. With 67 votes. In this case, it was not necessary to have 50% plus one, so is in accordance again with the electoral rules, is the most voted that is elected. Then we will publish all the votes, but now I think we must give to the FIDE president half an hour to decide about his proposals for, well, maybe he already knows, but for the treasurer, for the secretary of the council, and for the 3 nominated vice presidents. Then we must ask you to confirm or to not confirm the nominations one by one. So for each one of the nomination, you can vote in favor, against, or in this case, abstain. So you can, it's the only case that you can abstain for each one of the different positions. Given this time to President Dvorkovich, if we can, maybe there is one election for which we have 2 candidates for 2 positions for Constitutional Commission. So again, in accordance with the electoral rules, when there are the same number of positions and candidates, election can be made by open voting. So if you are all here, and if the President agrees, we can anticipate this election, so we can go on with the election for Constitutional Commission. I don't know if the 2 candidates are here. If are here, they can take place here. Was asking me about ethics commission election. We decided to do this at the same time
of the election to confirm nominated vice presidents, treasurer, and secretary of the council. So the next one will be the final, the last, hopefully, secret vote, except if there is a tie. If there is a tie, it will be necessary to have another vote, but we will see. Was just waiting one moment for obtaining Okay, so the two candidates are Daniel Florea from Romania, who is here, and I welcome. And Evie Amoko from Uganda, that unfortunately is not in the room in this moment. However, these are the two candidates for the two positions. So I ask you to vote with open vote. Who is in favor to elect them as members of the Constitutional Commission? Can you raise your hand? Thank you very much. Who is against? Abstentions? So, well, by unanimity, we can declare elected as a member of the Constitutional Commission Mr. Daniel Florea and Ms. Evie Amoku. As I anticipated you, now we are waiting for the decisions of the FIDE President, Arkady Dvorkovich. As soon as he will communicate us the names of his nominations, we will prepare ballot paper. I think we can suspend for, well, I think 20 minutes at least, no? So we will be back in 20 minutes. He has an half an hour, but he already left 5 minutes ago, so more or less 20 minutes. Okay, now the President will announce his proposals for Vice Presidents, Treasurer, and Secretary of the Council.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And of course, I would like to ask, when I will announce somebody, ask our colleagues who I will announce to come here also on the stage to sit here. Yes. As we made a clear announcement already a few weeks ago at the start of our campaign. There are 3 people who are part of our team and who we proposed to be council members in case you will support our ticket with Vishwanathan in these elections. So I would like to just reconfirm that I propose to elect Zhu Cheng as the FIDE treasurer for the next term. So please come here. Please. I propose to also to re-elect Mair Mamedov as Vice President for the next term. Mair Mamedov, Azerbaijan. I would like to propose also, as was pre-announced as well, to elect the new Vice President for FIDE Council, Göran Olin Jansson, Norway. And as I promised from the very beginning, despite concerns that have been raised by our friends both in Africa and America, that we will certainly have people that I will propose from these 2 very important continents. Well, each continent is important, so I will do it right now. So in the electoral campaign and here in the elections, we had a representative from Africa who already served his term in the FIDE Council during the last 4 years. You know him very well, Lekan. I would like to propose you for this position. Hopefully you are here. Not yet? Yeah, Lekan, please come on stage. And I would like to say from the very beginning, both for, yes, please. Both for Africa and America, I had quite long lists of candidates for the positions in the council, and we discussed a lot. And I would like to reassure everyone, and this is important for me and for the team as a whole, that each of you will play a very active role in future FIDE team at various positions, but very active roles. So I would like you to appreciate my personal choice here, not to be too much disappointed about that. I really hope that we will have a strong, very big and efficient team during the next 4 years. So, and after also sorry about taking so much time for making a choice. I want to be completely transparent here. From the very beginning, I also made clear that I wanted to stay completely independent regarding the choice, especially in America, because of very tight electoral campaign, and that is why I hold long and friendly consultations with the colleagues who are running in America to make sure that we will have unity in the end. Unity is extremely important. And based on these consultations, based on the opinion of the vast majority of our friends in America, especially leaders of the two tickets in America, the decision is to propose Mario Ramirez, Mexico, for the position of in the council. Technically, it is the position of the secretary of the council, but I will propose tomorrow. I would like to be completely open about that as well, to change the name of this position also to vice president, and then the council will decide who will serve as secretary of the council in the future. So that is a decision, also hard decision I had to take. I hope you will also appreciate your decision. The elections in America are still coming. And you will have your elections very soon. And we will have, in this case, two representatives of America three representatives, including Continental President from the America in FIDE Council. So that is my decision. Mario, please come on the stage. And now my colleagues are preparing ballots that you will use for voting. As you provided our team, our ticket with great support, I really hope that you can approve this choice. But again, your votes, I fully respect your choice, but again, the team we are choosing now, I'm sure, I trust everyone here will work efficiently, and other people who are not here on the stage, who were not elected to the council yet, will take other important positions in FIDE at the level of the management board and commissions that are really important, and we will work together throughout this period. Thank you.
Well, then I will explain how we organize the next vote. It will be hopefully the last vote. So we will receive each one of the delegates two papers. One paper is regarding the secret vote about confirmation or not of the names nominated by the new president. So near each one of the names Karin Dvorkovich has just mentioned, you will have the possibility to vote yes, so approve, reject, or abstention. And this will be all. Then you will receive a second ballot paper with two separate boxes, so you have to pay attention to this. In the other ballot paper is about Ethics Commission. Ethics Commission is a little bit tricky because this is an interim election. So usually it's an election for many members of the same organ of FIDE. But in this case, unfortunately, this is an election for a single position when one of the members of the elected commission died. So we were discussing what are the rules about the majority.
it can be very controversial, but our proposal is this. Given the hour also, from one side, given that this is a part of an election of a group of people, not just one single position. For example, the election of the chairman of the Ethics Commission is an election for a single position, and you need to receive 50% plus one. Usually, for the election of the members of the Ethics Commission, you need simple majority. So if this was, for example, the 2024 election, to be elected as members, it's enough to receive a simple majority. So we were discussing if we can apply this today, and our proposal is to apply this today. So single majority for the election of the missing member of the Ethics and Disciplinary Commission. If we have consensus, if someone raises objection, please raise objection now, and then we will decide in accordance with the electoral rules. Do you have any objections about, please?
Yeah, microphone, please.
Just to be clear, we have not yet fully decided. So there was not it was one of the two potential interpretations. No, so this is, and if there was consensus, we have not to decide. If there is not consensus, we will have to decide.
What I'm going to say? The president proposed his board assembly, and since his board of members, executive board members, and since it's taking a lot of times to go back and forth, everybody to take papers, just one team. Can we, like, since the assembly is here, we use our paper, and I'm just suggesting we vote by raise of hand instead of going back and forth for the proposed members, since there's only one team, and I don't think everybody there will be. Anyway, it depends. Just a proposition by vote of hand for the proposed board members. We decide by.
Unfortunately, it's not possible because it's previewed the secret vote.
Okay, I was just.
So, unfortunately, for this, it's not possible.
Okay, just asking. Thank you, sir.
So, for the election of members of Ethics Commission, there is consensus. Okay, so we can start. Okay. So everything is prepared. So Argentina and Albania. Gabon and Gambia. Oman, Palau. Algeria, Andorra, Georgia and Germany. Palestine and Panama. Angola, Antigua and Barbuda, Ghana and Greece, Papua New Guinea and Peru, Argentina, Armenia, Grenada and Guam, Philippines and Poland, Aruba, Australia, Guatemala and Guernsey, Portugal and Puerto Rico, Austria and Azerbaijan, Guyana, Haiti, Qatar, Romania, Bahamas, Bahrain, Russia, and St. Lucia. Bangladesh, Barbados. Honduras, Hong Kong. San Marino, Sao Tome and Principe. Belarus and Belgium. Hungary, Iceland. Saudi Arabia and Senegal. Bermuda, Bhutan, and Bolivia. India, Indonesia, and Iran. Serbia, Seychelles, and Sierra Leone. Botswana, Brazil, and British Virgin Islands. Iraq, Ireland, and Israel. Singapore and Slovakia. Brunei Darussalam, Bulgaria, and Italy. Jamaica and Japan. Slovenia is inside, Somalia and South Africa. Burundi, Cameroon, and Canada. Jersey, Jordan, and Kazakhstan. South Korea, South Sudan, and Spain. Cape Verde, Cayman Islands, Central African Republic. Kenya, Kosovo, and Kuwait. Sri Lanka, Sudan, and Suriname. Chad, Chile, China. Kyrgyzstan. Laos, Sweden, Switzerland, and Syria. Lebanon, Lesotho, Liberia. Tajikistan, Tanzania, and Thailand. Chinese Taipei, Colombia, Comoros Islands. Libya, Liechtenstein, Lithuania. Timor-Leste, Togo, Trinidad and Tobago. Costa Rica, Côte d'Ivoire, Croatia. Luxembourg, Madagascar, Malawi. Tunisia, Turkey, Uganda. Cuba. Cyprus, Czech Republic. Malaysia, Maldives, and Mali. Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United States of America. Democratic Republic of Congo, Denmark and Djibouti. Malta, Mauritania, Mauritius. Uruguay, US Virgin Islands, Uzbekistan. Dominican Republic, Ecuador and Egypt. Mexico, Moldova, Monaco. Venezuela, Vietnam, and Wales. El Salvador, England, Equatorial Guinea. Mongolia, Montenegro, Mozambique. Zambia, in Zimbabwe. Eritrea, Estonia, Eswatini. Myanmar e Namibia. Ethiopia, Faroe Islands. Nauru, no, sorry, Nepal, Netherlands, Netherlands Antilles. Fiji, Finland and France. New Zealand, Nicaragua, Nigeria, and North Macedonia. And finally, Norway. Is there somebody else that didn't vote? If yes, please go immediately to vote. If not, I declare closed the last, I hope, election. Okay, we have the last results. So all proposals advanced by President Dvorkovich were approved. Exact numbers we will communicate tomorrow, just to not lose time. About Ethics Commission, the most voted is Pedro Dominguez. Pedro Dominguez is elected. With this, I think the electoral proceeding is concluded. It's a great pleasure to congratulate again the President Dvorkovich, and my work now is finished. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Roberta. Tomorrow, well, first of all, congratulations to everyone elected, Pedro and all new council members. Thanks a lot for your trust. Tomorrow we were supposed to meet at 9 for the General Assembly. I propose to move it for half an hour later, 9:30. 9:30. Yes, 9:30. Thank you. Thank you. See you tomorrow.